Hello there guys, and welcome back to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are in Unity 6.0, and the version is 6000.0.58F2. What were we doing last live stream, you ask? Well, let me show you. We wrapped up the melee combat with the skeletons. Not sure why I'm getting that error at the bottom. I had that yesterday. Memory leak validation. I don't know what that's about. So we got in the skeleton's health bars. And we got in the combat now. It's pretty cool. Dude. Okay, so there's a delayed hit there. I don't know why we're getting this recoil. So, essentially, what we're going to be doing this stream, I have titled the stream, what have I titled the stream? Adding special abilities, magic combat, and ink. So, there's two abilities. We already have one functioning in the game, which is our cleave attack. And then we have the heal ability. So the heal ability, it's going to be on the HUD, and it's going to have a 30-second cooldown, and the heal basically allows the player to heal to full health. So there was one thing I just wanted to refine, and it was to do with it was to do with the when the player gets hit. What I'm going to do, I did this yesterday, we're just going to copy the coordinates for our player's position, and just for testing, we're going to move the player just up here, so we can basically do fast testing instead of having to run through. So you'll notice sometimes Like there's a delay there. So basically, if the player hits, so if I did special ability, I get hit, it triggers afterwards. So it's kind of like, if I do it now, like we've done our attack, but then afterwards it does that. So we need to have something to say if the player is ability, we don't trigger that jolt action. Because what's happening is if the player is doing a standard attack and the skeleton does a standard attack, if the skeleton hits the player, they will kind of interrupt the player's attack, which I quite like as a feature. It feels quite Dark Soulsy. But what I want to do is, what's happening at the moment is when the player does their special cleave ability and they turn around to do a sword slash, if they get hit by the skeleton during that player animation, what will happen afterwards is it will trigger the hit, and it won't align with the combat. Say for example, if the skeleton's not hit again, it's like a delayed animation and it doesn't make sense. So what we're going to do, we're going to add something in to say if the player, wherever the code is that's saying trigger the hit animation on the player, we're going to have something to say if animation state is ability, then we won't do that. So let's just go in here and find the hitbox, because I think that is where it's controlling the player. So here we go. So player hit, player hit to ability. So if the player is attacking and they get hit, we go to that. Okay, I'm thinking there's a way that we can do this because we have the way that these go out to the other ones. We're saying on that one, right, we need, right, let's think about this. We want to say, we kind of want to say is triggered. We want to check. I'm pretty sure that is the only point that is triggering the hit. I'm certain of it. Player death. Holds position, chop, pick, lift, attack. Speed, sword visibility. Re-enables player sword hitbox. So if the player is attacking or false, then we enable the hitbox. I guess we kind of need that. So on the skeleton, this is actually a fix we can also put on the skeleton, because at the moment on the skeleton hitbox, this is the code for the sword on the skeleton, right? So this delay here, what this delay is doing is it's saying it's basically saying, like, when the skeletons swing in their sword, hold on. So this is saying if the skeleton is attacking and the hitbox hits the player, then we deduct health, we trigger the hit, and then we disable the sword. What we can do is we can actually get rid of this, because this was basically what was happening when a skeleton struck their sword. Obviously it would register the hit, but then the animation of the sword attack, the skeleton brings the sword back, so it could trigger a second attack. So in the player code, we're basically saying we're basically saying if the player's sword hits, if the player isn't in attack or ability, we re-enable the sword. And if we go on to the trigger hit, what the trigger hit child does, this is the hitbox of the skeleton. And in in here, we're basically saying if the player's sword hits the skeleton, whether the player is attacking or using an ability, then we trigger the receive damage event on the skeleton reference. And we also turn off the sword hitbox, which means we're only allowed to technically hit one skeleton. So I'm just recapping. This is what we're doing now, is we're polishing the combat so it feels better than it is. So if we just go on here, receiving damage, update the health bar, and then if is hit, okay. Okay, let me just jot down what we need to do here, because we've got a couple of things going on here. What we want to do, we want to disable the sword hitbox on the skeleton. So if the skeleton is not attacking, oh my god, right, give me 1 sec. Sorry guys, there's quite a few different things where the code is. Right, if the skeleton is attacking, deals damage to player if the player is hit by the sword. If the skeleton is attacking, well, this handles that sword. So set the trigger. So we don't disable that. What we want to do is, if we just have a look, I know this is not the title of the stream, this is refining something. We don't want to set active. Player sword, if I did skeleton sword hitbox as a game object in the skeleton. Okay, we could do that. So, right, let me just jot this down. So on skeleton code, we need to copy code from player for re-enabling skeleton sword hitbox. Add game object reference to skeleton sword hitbox. So within the skeleton sword, within the skeleton sword, seeing player sword hitbox. Okay, so within the copy the code from the PC for re-enabling skeleton's hitbox. And then what we need to do is, if we go into the code for the skeleton sword, that's the player sword. So under the skeleton, if I just copy that, so this is for the skeleton sword. So in here, if I set this game object, which is the sword, if I set that game object as, because that hitbox should only be active when the skeleton is attacking. So we're saying in the skeleton sword hitbox, if the skeleton is attacking and the sword has struck the player, deduct health from the player, trigger the hit animation on the character, and then we want to disable that. So, oh my god, no, because that's, hold on. Why is that? Oh, it's in a coroutine because of that. Right, let's think about this. If the skeleton is okay, hold on. We need that to be active. No, we need it to be inactive. Oh, I'm just trying to think the best way of doing this without it kind of getting itself in a twist. Let me just write down. Right. If skeleton state oh my god, dude. If the skeleton come on, Mike, you got this, mate. You got this. We want to basically say at all times the sword is inactive, but when the skeleton attacks, it's active, but when it hits, it turns off. Um, oh my god. Right, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just plug that in there for the time being. So what we're saying is when we've hit the player for the first time, we turn it off. Oop. Sword hits the player and the skeleton's attacking. Deal damage. Play the hit animation on the character. Turn off the trigger box. Turn that off. Oh, this is really tricky, isn't it? It's like the trigger needs to be enabled. If the skeleton is attacking, it's enabled. But then crap. No, because if this is oh, okay, I guess you could check to see. Okay, okay, alright, okay. One minute. Right. So we're gonna say custom event, and we're gonna say check sword hitbox active. So what this is gonna do is we're going to get god, no, because then that's gonna... Sorry guys, this is a refining thing and it needs to be done. It will sort out this whole delay thing here and it will make the combat feel a little bit better. Check the sword hitbox active. So we want to say, is the skeleton attacking? If they are, enable the hitbox. But you only need to do it once, so it's like it needs to be like a one-time check, not a not an on loop, not on a. Okay, I've got it. Skeleton. Let's look at the skeleton code. Custom event movement speed if attacking. Skeleton receiving damage. Moving towards player. If the player is to initiate attack sequence, okay. Oh my god, how am I going to plug this in so it doesn't kind of fight against toggling the hitbox on and off, on and off? It needs to be... is attacking. Set the ball is attacking. If it's less than 4, we attack. Okay. God damn it. I'm struggling to think where to plug this in, guys. If I was to slot it in here, think about the code. When the skeleton is attacking, the box should be active. Now this is an on update that happens every frame. What we don't want to happen is plug it in here and then that hitbox is always on. It's almost like we need a custom event or something to check, is the hitbox disabled? Oh, what could we do? I mean, we could have a ball. We could have, no, not a ball. We could have like an integer, like 0 and 1. We could have something to say in the hitbox. Like just before that, we could have something to say. Oh. Come on, think. If the skeleton is attacking and it hits the player, we trigger a hit on the player. But there should be something in that to say if the player's ability is on, we don't trigger that hit. We should only be triggering a hit if the player is in the attacking. Come on, Mike. Don't get stumped on this. You can do this. You can do this. It's because I know. If I was to have a custom event in there, kind of say, fuck, turn it off, wait, turn it back on. I mean, this does work. This is just making the combat like almost fair. It's making it fairer for the player, because this isn't perfect, because the frame rate is going to be different across different computers, so that delay is going to be, I need to say when it hits on trigger enter, turn it off. unless we had something to say has hit the player. If we, instead of turning it on and off, if we had a boolean to say has hit player, and we said if we had something in here to say has hit the player. Oh, dude. This is so frustrating. I'm sorry for those of you watching me be stumped on this for a little while. Right, how have I got this on the player? I think the best thing to do here is to look at the player character, because the player character here, we're saying if the player character isn't in one of those states, sorry, if let's analyze this. If the player's animation is in attack or ability, if that's true, nothing happens to the hitbox. If they're not, if the player isn't attacking or ability, then we enable the hitbox. But the only time that the skeleton's hitbox is dealing damage is if the skeleton is attacking. I guess that's the fix then, isn't it? So we turn it off once the sword has hit. It will only ever deal damage to the player if the skeleton is attacking. That's the only time it will damage the player. On those conditions, that the skeleton is attacking and it hits the player, then it turns it off. So I'm being a bit of a numpty here. It was right in front of me this whole time. It's this bit of code. Disable the sword hitbox. So basically, we would copy this, go into this skeleton, paste that there, and we get the animated state of the skeleton. Have I got a reference? Skeleton reference. So we're saying get the current animated state of the skeleton attacking. So we don't need the or because the skeleton only has one attack. The reason that we have the two of those under the player characters because he has two different states where he can deal damage, attacking or ability. Whereas the skeleton, as you can see, it just has attacking. It has its idle, walk, run, when the skelly's hit, when it's dead. The attacking is the only state. So what we're doing here is we're saying disable the sword hitbox. Okay? And I don't think I have a reference to that. No, I've got skelly HP, max HP, and a health bar. So disable the sword hitbox for the skeleton. If the skeleton is attacking, it's false. Then what we need to do is skeleton sword hitbox. And this is going to be a game object reference to the skeleton sword hitbox. So hold on a minute. Get the skeleton sword hitbox and object variable skeleton sword hitbox. So what we're doing here is we're saying if the skeleton isn't attacking, we enable the hitbox. And then in here, when the sword hits the player, we disable it. Which will mean skeleton swipes their sword, it hits the player, it registers the damage, triggers the character being hit, and then it sets it active. Now, to what's happening here is I just realised as well why we're getting repeat of the hit. All of the skeletons have this same code. So if the player is under attack by 3 skeletons and he gets hit 3 times, then technically it would trigger the hit animation 3 times. So what we want to say is we want to have a block in here to say a check before it gets to that, and it says, is the animation state hit? If it is, then we don't do anything, but if it's false, then we do that. That's the fix to that. So let me just, we need to plug this into the on update. Let me just check. I don't think there's anyone. So we've got on start, custom event, on trigger enter, custom event, on update, and then that's the roaming. So what we want to do is trigger the disable sword hitbox and plug that into here. I hope I just remembered what I just said about the hit, stopping the character trigger multiple hits. I believe I've now refined the combat even more, so it's going to be even more sexy. God damn. Okay, so that disable the sword hitbox should handle that. And if we just go into the PC quickly and if I copy that comment box and if I just paste that in there, re-enables skeleton sword hitbox. The only time it damages the player is if their skeleton is attacking. Right, re-enables skeleton sword hitbox provided they are not in the animation state attacking. So where am I going to slot that in? I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll put that there. Now that that's in there, skeleton sword hitbox. Hold on. Oh, don't freak me out like that. Okay. So now the fix I wanted to do to prevent that was to... I think it's safe for me to delete that, you know. And then what we'll do is we will play the game and we will watch the combat screen. So I'll pull out the game window and we'll select all the skeletons and we'll be basically watching their swords and specifically the hitboxes. So what we need to do is check the state on the player character. So on the animator, we're going to be saying PC hit. Now the trigger is hit. Now, at the moment, the only thing that is triggering the hit is when here is hit, set the trigger. So I just need to, on here, I'm just going to rename it to hit. 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 Okay, so on the player character I have the same thing there. And on the skeleton, so that is the thing. So we're saying if the skeleton isn't attacking, enable the hitbox. And disable the hitbox, and that's plugged into there. So yeah, okay. Oh, sorry guys. Honestly, this is a refining thing. It's going to make the combat much fairer. It's just polishing the combat. And the one thing you don't want in games is unfair hitboxes, unfair combat, where the combat just feels punishing to the player. So by making this, by kind of removing the hitbox once the players receive damage, and then for the next attack sequence, the player could take damage again, instead of allowing technically double hits from the enemy within one sword swipe. That's what we're doing here. We're removing that combat flaw. FLAW, not FLOOR. Right, so what we need to do is check the state of player character. It's a scene variable. Okay. So if I copy that and I just move that along, unplug that, So we're gonna get the current animator state from the player character, and we're gonna say hit. No. Sorry. Control C. Oh shit! Hold on. Skeleton hit. Oh my god. Receive damage. Is hit. Is hit. Is hit. 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 Copy. Control C. Hit. Hit. Where was the code? What was I doing? Okay, so what we're saying here is, because we have to think on it. Thank you so much for the spam view, Lucid. I appreciate that. Thank you. What we're doing here is in the second phase where we're basically triggering the player's hit animation for them receiving damage. What we're doing is we're saying get the animator state of the player. Is the player in the hit animation? And we'll have a branch. And what we're saying, if something is true, so we're saying if the this is a check, right? The sword hits the player if the skeleton is attacking. We deal damage to the player, and then the second step is check if the player is already in the hit animation state. If they are, we're not going to trigger a hit. But if they're not in the animation state hit, then we trigger it. What that will do, it will basically it will stop the hit from triggering multiple times. I now believe that combat is refined. So what we can now do is test this. Ribbit. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete these 3 skeletons, and we're going to dupe him. And then if I just go into the skeleton, right, I know this is going to be a bit of a pain, but I need to see all of the hitboxes. So that's all the skellies. Okay. So so we can see their things there. If I, oh, for fudge's sake. Sorry. Whoa, what's going on there? Jesus, that freaked me out. Okay, how are we going to watch that? If I just pull this over there. Right, we can readjust that screen. What we just need to do, we need to be watching those hitboxes. So if we go over to this one. Alright, that's off. Why is it not re-enabled? Alright, one of them's off. Okay, that's disabled. It's not enabled again there. It's because he's staying in that state. Right, okay. When we leave it though, he chases it, re-enables. Okay. So we kind of fixed a problem, but then we've created a new one in the process. He hits, it turns off. Can you see on the top left there? Okay. Right, okay. So we have fixed the problem, but we've created another one in the process there. I'm just going to show you that again, guys. So on the left, you can see they look like lightsabers. I've basically highlighted the hitboxes of the skeleton sword. So if I go here, we hit, his box comes off. And if we get this skelly, sword's gone off. Enabled. Okay. Alright, so what we need to do is we need to say maybe if we triggered the hit once. It's so refined. It's so refined. We're almost there. Oh my god, dude. It's literally there, guys. I'm just going to move that to my other monitor because, as I say, we want to be watching those hitboxes turn on and off. So, what is this one? This is for... Right, so I do believe this is functioning, as in we're not allowing multiple hits instances to stack for the player's animation. I believe that one is sorted. So we've actually resolved a bug there. Now, the issue is on here. Ooh. Okay. I'm wondering, off of the false, so we're saying here, if the sword hits the player, no, because it's going to be inactive. The only time it gets... None of this code's going to work when this game object's rendered inactive. So we're not going to be able to do anything in here. But maybe we could do something in here to say, okay, has the player been hit? Because, god damn, this is really like combat coding. It's quite complex, you know. If I left this as it was, though, it would feel rubbish. Because it's not 100% perfect yet. At the moment, it's working great. We go in. The skeleton's hitboxes are always enabled, providing they're not attacking. The moment their sword hits the player during the attack, the sword is rendered like no damage. But then what we need to do is... Oh... How are you going to do this, Mike? How are you going to do this, mate? Let's look at the code. Where was the code? Right. So at the moment, if the player was to stay in the trigger box whilst the skeleton's attacking, the problem is the skeleton is always staying in that state in trigger, and then the it's always going to be in that. So the player can receive 1 damage, stay in the stay in the trigger, and the skeleton's never coming out of that. Should we have a variable? Damn it. I have an idea. So let me just talk you through what I'm... Hey Owen, welcome to the stream and thank you for joining me, bro. I'm so happy, so happy you're here, dude. I'm refining the combat. I've kind of gone off stream topic, if you like, because it's called adding special abilities, magic combat and ink. What I've kind of gone into is fixing the combat. Do you remember yesterday, towards the end of the stream, when we were testing out the combat, if we were attacking the skeleton and then we like moved away, our character animation would trigger another attack as if the player had been hit animation? I've put in a fix for that. Let me just quickly show you. So in here, I've put a fix in for when the skeleton is attacking and it hits the player. And the fix is this. On the second step of the sequence, we're checking to see if the player is already in a hit animation. If it is, we don't do anything. If the player isn't triggered the hit animation, we trigger it. So this restricts it. And also, similar to the player sword being turned inactive when it hits something, and then providing the player character is not attacking or using their ability, we re-enable it. Like that happens on update. What I'm doing is I am refining the skeleton. So basically, ignore this section I've just plugged in, but what I've done is I've done something similar. I've added the similar effect to the skeleton sword and it works great. So what happens is the skeleton's swords are always active, but the only time they will inflict damage is if the skeleton is in the attacking state and it collides with the player. So this worked perfectly, but then what was happening was during the combat, like if the player stays in hitting range of the skeleton and gets hit, the sword is basically, it hits the player the first time, then it stays inactive. And if this player just stands there, they won't take any extra damage because the skeleton is constantly in that attacking state. So what I'm doing here is I'm hopefully implementing a fix. So on this flow of code where it's about the skeleton attacking the player, we're putting in something just after the is attacking been activated, and we're doing a check, and this check is going to say what's the state of the player, have they been hit? If they have been hit, we're not going to take damage. If they get hit, sorry, apologies, if the player, oh, I know what's going to happen here. If the player is not in the hit state, we're enabling the sword. I can see this not working for some reason. Alright. Let's give it a go. What the fuck? Why are you dealing so much damage, dude? Jesus Christ. What happened there? He dealt mega damage. Right. Yeah. So if I just remove that, where did I just put that? Right, if I remove that then, I'll show you what happens at the moment. I have fixed it to a degree. I have fixed it to a degree. So what happens here? Watch what happens here. Right, you're watching the trigger box there. We get hit. It stays inactive. It's enabled again. Let's go and bait another skelly. Ooh. If we get this one. Right, watch. Right, watch the sword. Right, disabled. That's what happens. It's almost like we need to have something to say after the animation has ended. Enable it. That's what we need. Watch the top one. Watch the green sword. We get hit, it's disabled. We come away, it's enabled again. See? Right, we need something. Okay, I think that's the solution here. We need something to say at the end of the attack animation, set the trigger box to on. That's what we need. That's what we need, baby! And I'm pretty sure we've got something somewhere that gets the length of the animation. What graph was that on? I remember it's somewhere. We've just got to find it, baby. Dark Souls, the would reposition. Just give me 1 sec, dude. I know there's a code somewhere where I'm pretty sure it checks the length of an animation to say is the animation playing, because what we want to do is at the end of a skeleton's attack animation, we want to enable the hitbox. I know I've used that code somewhere. I know. I've seen it. We just need to find it. Oh my god, where is it going to be? Where is that going to be, dude? We want to have something happen at the end of an animation. So if we said at the end of the animation, where the hell would we do that? Oh, I guess in here we could say get length if length equals 0. Can we do that? Is it in there? Let's query this with AI and see if it can help. I need to do something in visual scripting after my skeleton enemy has finished attacking. At the moment, in the attacking state, it plays the attack animation. What I need to happen, hold on, the skeleton stays in an infinite loop attacking if the player stays in the vicinity. What I need to happen is at the end of the animation clip playing is to set a game object active, which is the skeleton's sword hitbox. What nodes should I look for to implement this? Let's see if AI can help us with this one. The most precise way, oh my god. Animation event on the clip. The most precise way is to add an animation event at the end of your animation. Sorry, is to add an animation event at the end of your attack animation clip that calls a custom function. That's interesting. So it's saying in the animation window, it's saying in the animation window, select your attack clip, which is that. Add an event at the end. Oh my god. So the animator window and animation window and animator window are different. Right, so the animation window, we need to go into the animation window. Events. Add an event. For adding animation events, open the animation window. In the animation window, scrub to the very end. Right, I'm at the very end there. Scrub to the very end, click the add event. Click the add event button. Is it that one? Add event. Small marker icon and right click on the title. Set the function name you want. Set the function name you want to call. Okay. Activate sword hitbox. Okay. Sorry, why are you? Oh wait, I'll take it. That's you. Is that? Are you being sarcastic there, Awen? Is this something you knew about? I can't remember. I've had a lot of input from you throughout the streams. Is this something you've suggested before? I assume by your comment you've suggested this before. I apologise if I didn't follow up on your advice on that. I do apologise, dude. Right. Make sure your skeleton game object has a script machine component. Yes, we've got that. Create a custom event node that activates your hitbox. Why is the music stopped? Oh, YouTube. Don't do this to me. Get rid of your adverts, mate. Right, so what do we do is, this is the first time I've ever gone into an animation and added an event. So now that we've added the event on there on frame 72, which is the end of the animation, how do we now implement this? Create a custom event in your script graph. Function. Hold on a minute. Right, create a custom event in your visual script graph. Alright, if we just close that. So, save. So if we go to our script graph, so at the moment, just to recap, when the player's hit, we turn it off. What we want to happen is at the end of the animation it's turned back on. So I'm going to follow the advice here. So let me just check in the animation for here. Where's the event gone? The event is there, activate sword hitbox. Right, so we go back to here. We're going to call it that. Activate sword hitbox, and then activate sword hitbox. So open your skeletons graph, done that. Add the custom event, done that. Oh, actually, no, we don't. I don't think we need to have that there. Right. Add a custom event, activate sword hitbox. This event will be called when the animation reaches its end. Set up the event to activate the hitbox. Add a set active node. Right. Done that. Link the animation event to the visual scripting event. In the animation window, in the animation window, select the event I added. In the events function name field, type that. Make sure your skeleton game object has the visual scripting machine component attached. Assign the hitbox game object in the graph. Create a variable of type game object sword hitbox. In the inspector, assign your hitbox game object to this variable. Would that be in there? So I don't need to put a reference in object? Is that just going to work? Is that just going to work? It feels like... This is confusing me. Assign the hitbox game object in the graph. I've already done that. I think this is going to work. Going by what? So this... I guess we try this and see if it works. So we know at the moment if one of those swords hits the player, we know that it goes inactive. And then what we're going to expect to see now is after the sword animation ends, it's enabled again. Keep your fingers crossed for me, guys. I want you to pray for me right now. I'm going to move this here so we can see the attack more clearly. I'm nervous. I'm very nervous, but I've followed the steps. Come and get me, bro. It hits. No. Oh, here we go. Error. Activate sword hitbox on animation. Skeleton attack has no receiver. I bloody knew it. I said, didn't I? I said it feels like it needs something in there. It's got to be the graph. It's got to be the skeleton game object. Surely. On there, surely we've got to drop in that. Are you joking? It has no receiver. Animation event activate sword hitbox on animation has no receiver. Are you missing a component? Receiver. Receiver. Oh. Select my skeleton and open the animation. Oh, what? Open the animation. I'm on it. This is the animation here. Are you on about the animator or the animation? This is the animation window here. Okay. Okay, so that is the point. Select my event here. I can't. I'm on read only at the moment. I know the event, I can see it right there at the end. So if I click go to the end, which I know is where the event is, so, oh, God damn it. So what you're saying is, if this wasn't read only, we'd be able to add a property or something in here. See where you imported the animation? There's a blue triangle. Imported the animation. There's a blue triangle. This one. Control D. Are you on about this one? What does control... Okay, I've control D'd it. What does control D do? Duplicate. What has that done? So is Control D just duplicate? Ah, it's duplicated it. Okay, so that's duplicated it. You can make events or properties on that copy. So then what? We make the events on this one, and then we then go up to here and drag that onto there? So instead of the animation reference being, oh my god, where's it gone? Instead of it being this one, would we drag on this one here that we just duplicated? Okay, double click the new one. Okay. Oh look, it's got the event. Animation event. Okay, so now I can select the event. So now can we drag that? select the skeleton first. Select the skeleton first. Do we need to drag this one on? Hold on. So this is the skeleton animator. If I just drag that one... Hold on. It's the attacking one. If I drag the attack onto there... Hey! It's not read only. Okay. So now function not supported. Trigger event. Trigger event. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is that it, bro? It's going to be that, right? Trigger event. Yeah? And then we... some functions might have the same... Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Awen, I'm sorry I didn't follow through with your advice on the other day when you were suggesting this. I wonder if this is going to work. Well, logically, looking at what you've just taught me through, what AI's shown me, I think this is going to work. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. We're expecting that sword. Oh shit, hold on. Sorry, I need to highlight the hitboxes because I like to see them turned on and off. So there we go, they're all green. Save. Here we go. Let's do this, baby. Let's go. Come on. Get serious. Right, you come to me, big boy. Right, so he's going to come at me. He's going to hit. Boom. Off. You little bastard. Oh. Oh, hold on. One sec. I wonder... Hold on. I wonder if it's because I wonder if it's because I've been doing the changes. Because obviously the other ones were copies. Alright, let me just try that again. Skeleton hitbox. Right, let's just try that again. I don't know if that's going to make a massive difference. Time for properties. Hits goes off. I'm not getting any error codes. I'm not getting any error codes. Trigger the event there. So click the skeleton. Do we need to go to that here? You're looking for the add property button. Would it be the script machine? Oh, I think I know what you're thinking. Are you thinking of going onto the skeleton hitbox? Are you thinking of going onto the skeleton hitbox under here and basically enabling it and disabling it? Is that what you're thinking? Am I on the right path that your brain's travelling along at the moment? That. Is that what we're going to do? We're going to add in this. Right? Is that what you were going to do? Okay, alright, let's give that a go. So then if that works, we can just delete the event off of that, right? Can I delete? How do I delete that event? Delete animation event. Alright, let's give this a go. I have a good feeling. Dude, pray for me. Pray for me, dude. You're teaching me new stuff, which I'm eternally grateful for, dude. I'm not going to forget this. I'm not going to forget this. You're showing me so much stuff. I'm really grateful. Right, let's pick our victim. Right, they're both going down there. Let's go for this one. Come at me, bro. Right, he comes at me. He hits. Oh, shit. He just one hit me. Hold on. Oh, this is so frustrating. Right, what's happening here? If we just unplug that. So that's not changing anything there. And then we're saying if the player's attacking, if the player's attacking, sorry, if the skeleton hits the player, we turn it off. So why did that do what it did? Why? This should only be activated at the very end. Oh, shit. Oh shit, I fucked up, sorry. Why is that not turning off? Why is that not turning off? Oh my god, dude. Why has that got a 1? Hold on. Oh, I see. I see. This line is the keyframe. So we should delete that first keyframe. If I just deleted that keyframe, but then obviously that keyframe, like 1 must be, I'm assuming 0 means off. Yeah, I'm assuming 1 means, well, at the beginning, it was on 1. That was on 1, and the other one was on 1. If 0 and 1, if 0 is on and 1 is... Sorry, if 0 is off and 1 is on, then it was on the entire time. So, if I delete that... Did you add is active? Yeah, look. Oh my god. Yeah, I think it was. Hold on. Ah, there we go. Oh no, but hold on, what is this? Skeleton hitbox. Well, we want that active. So at the moment it's on. At the end it's on all the time there. But then with the code affecting it off if the player's hit, then it should turn on there. Let's test that. Now that we've removed, I didn't realise there was a keyframe there and there. That should work now, dude. Let's test it, bro. Let's go. Right, I now feel positive. I didn't realise there was that keyframe in there. Right. Dude, I have good hopes. Right. He hits me. For fuck's sake. Bro. Click the skeleton. Attack only. Is that the same for that one as well? That is the right thing, right? Saying it's on and off. Oh, dude. So, do we need to add this as a boolean? Oh my god. Are you saying we need to add this as a boolean? Because at the moment, what this is doing is it's turning... It's turning the hitbox on and off. Hold on a minute. It needs 2 frames. Add an on at the start and off at the point before it starts to go back and on at the end. So I'm confused why the visual script isn't overriding this, because this line is the game object for the hitbox. That turns it on and off. So why is our visual script not? Why is it not? I mean, can we target? Can we somehow read the animation frame? So are you saying add one there? There must be a way that Visual Script can read this though. Because at the end, we have it to on, right? So we're re-enabling it. There must be a way that in Visual Script we can somehow target that. There has to be. What are these called? Animation property. Animation property? Right, let's go into the skeleton code. At the moment, in here, it isn't toggling the sword, right? But in here, this toggle should be toggling it off. Let's just see here. It wouldn't be events, would it? God damn, this is so frustrating, dude. It's almost like that thing we've added there on the animation is completely ignoring the visual script. That is there not a way that we can like target a frame? There has to be. Oh my god, dude. You got any ideas? This is so annoying, dude. Oh my god. There has to be an easier way of doing this. Like, I've spent 2 hours trying to sort this. Try the animation event again, but this time add a debug log. Okay, right, hold on. What do you want me to do? Where do you want me to add a debug log? Do you want me to add a debug log onto the skeleton hitbox. You want me to do a debug log here? Like that. And then we can see if the animation's overriding it, right? In the custom event. Well, this is... the custom event's disabled, remember? The custom event is disabled. Because this whole thing here with the attack, I mean, what this does is if the skeleton isn't attacking, we enable the hitbox. That's all that does. What we're just trying to implement is a safe fix that will basically stop it from repeating. So I've added a debug log. Why are you not coming to me, dude? Why are you teleporting? What's going on now? Oh shit, I think he's gone out of the nav mesh. You try... Right. Hold on. You tried an animation event with the script machine trigger event function. Okay, alright. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to the skeleton. So what you're saying is unplug this, unplug that, plug that in. So the activate sword hitbox, I unplug that from there. Right, so at the moment, all that the activate sword hitbox is doing is setting the sword active. So what you're saying is on here, no, we don't want to do it. If I get rid of that, It's okay to delete that, isn't it? Because we added that property. So what are you suggesting? That we add in something to the attack? The event. We'd add the event at the end, right? Add the event up the top here. Script machine. Script machine. Trigger. Trigger event. Or would it be trigger Unity event? I'm pretty sure we tried this before, dude. So we're adding the event to the... It's on the very last frame. And the event at the end. Right, okay. And that's the script machine of the skeleton. We copy that and we paste that in there. Trigger event. So you want me to have a debug log? Here we go. I didn't see any message. I didn't see any message, dude. No, but we don't want that to happen. Surely. Because then it's... Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh! I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So base... No, that doesn't make sense. Sorry, my head's trying to understand all the logic and stuff that we've got going on here, and it's getting a bit of a mess in my head. Right, let's watch their swords. Maybe that maybe it's a different event, because we've got trigger unregistered event, we've got trigger unity event. My event node. There it is. Custom event. I'm wondering if it's because I have a feeling that it's because we're in the animation window, the option is something else. It's not going to hurt us just toggling and seeing if it makes a difference. So let's just go on there. Go to that. Move that to... the end. Just copy that string. So let's try trigger unregistered event. Just trial and error. It's not gonna hurt. Maybe it's that's the problem. Oh. Okay, so that didn't change anything. Let's try... What was the other one? We've tried those two. Trigger Unity event. Is the script machine on the same game object? Yes, it is. Yes, it is, dude. Let's try Trigger Unity event. Let's try that one. That's the last one, I think. Dude, why is this not working? Fuck. Skeleton attack. The event is at the very end. And what the event should be doing is turning the hitbox on. And in the event, in the hitbox of the sword, all this is doing is turning it off. It's not on a loop. It's not on update. It's just a one-time thing. When the sword hits the player, it's turned off. So that custom event, sorry, that animation event, hold on, I thought I put that in there. Why was that empty? I'm really puzzled with this, dude. So annoying. Activate sword hitbox. Activate sword hitbox. I'm going to query this with AI. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to move this down and see if that makes a difference. Instead of it being at the very end, I've just brought it down a bit to see if that makes a change. And just to check, activate sword hitbox. Is that good? So what we're expecting at the bottom left is to see the log. No. Not triggering it, is it? Yeah, it's the skeleton attack. Skeleton attack. And we know that I put it up there. Oh, you fucking bellend. Hold on. This is the one that's not the read-only one. I wonder if that's going to make a difference. It said trigger event. Did you see that? When I clicked on that, by default it was trigger event. Did you see that? I'm going to see if that shouldn't. Surely not. I feel like pulling my hair out with this. Fucking hell, it's just like it's not reading it. It's not... Hey David, yes, I've added health bars. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, Awen. You can see everything that I'm doing, right? I've on the script graph, we've got a custom event called A as the string. And we're giving it a debug log of fucking Unity, right? And on the skeleton attack animation, we're triggering that event halfway through, and we've given it the label, the string label of A, and it's not even doing that. It's the communication from the event in there. I need to query this with AI. Oh fucking hell! What? Create a new animation and add the custom event. Yeah, but then if the skeleton's in an animation state, oh my god. Oh, dude. I mean, do I leave it as it is, where the skeletons are attacking, you attack once and then you don't take any more damage? Like, it just seems... Let me query this with AI quickly. Can I see the inspector with your skeleton? There you go. Oh man. Trigger the bloody event. God damn. I feel like I'm gonna go mad, dude. Almost 3 hours trying to get this. There's no reason why that shouldn't. Why is that not triggering? Why is it being a bastard? Why? Why are you not working? It just makes no sense. It makes no sense why this is not reading the event. Fuck it. I'm going to get rid of that event. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to plug that back in. I've wasted enough time trying to get this working, and I don't want to get stressed. I was enjoying this process, and the game's coming along really nicely. I've got 11 days left till deadline to get this finished. I've been playing around in ink today for the narrative, kind of getting my head around ink and how that works. I want to do another maximum of 5 hours of game dev for this stream. Right, what we've done, I'm just going to close the animation window. We know that what's going to happen on the skeleton hitbox, if the player gets hit by the sword, it goes off, and then if the skeleton isn't attacking, we re-enable it. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Oh, please don't tell me I've just come up with a solution after 3 hours. Nearly 3 hours. I think I've got a solution. Oh, man. No. No. Don't tell me I've just wasted this long. And I appreciate all your help, guys. I think I've got a solution, and I'm gonna pull my hair out if this works. Oh my god. Please no. Right, we go over, he attacks, the sword disappears. Boom. If I now move away, they're going to move. The swords are re-enabled. Right. Here's my solution. I think this is going to work. On the skeleton graph, right? If it's true. No, that's not going to work. It's going to be an infinite loop. want to check is active. If the sword is off, set it on. But that's going to be an infinite loop because this one is on update. I don't know if that's going to work. It's probably going to make it infinitely on. That was my solution, but I don't think that's going to work. I think it's going to be an infinite on. Yeah. It's just as I expected. I knew that would happen. I knew that would happen. I'm trying so many different ways here of just like I've tried so many different ways of trying to like oh man. Why is it so frustrating? Why? Why is it doing this to me? I don't want to give up on it. I don't want to give up on it. It's basically a bug. Like at the moment, let me just show you what happens, right? We know what happens. I've shown this so many times. We play the game, we go over to a skeleton, he comes to us, he attacks, we get the damage, but then we can stay there and we're not getting the damage because the hitbox is inactive. But then when we move away and he comes out of the attack state, he then does it. You can see those swords coming on and off. It works really, really well. That is just the last little finessing of it. It's like we've tried the animation events. We've tried so many different ways of attacking this to one of my problems. What's one of the problems? Try using a Unity event instead of a custom event. You're not insane, dude. So, what are you saying you want me to do? Unity event. What? Dude, I've never done this before. It's always been custom events. Well, this would make sense because on the animation event, do you remember it said trigger Unity event, and that wasn't custom event. Whereas this clearly says Unity event. I have a feeling that whatever you've been fiddling with might actually work, dude. We can leave that in. That needs to stay in. Right, let's... Okay, right. Oh, shit. Hold on. Just because... I'm going to... Just to keep it different to this one. Right, so now I've got to go... Oh, my God. Right, back into here. Skeleton attack. Frame 72. Add event. Why are we not getting the same? Why is that showing different up there? Whoa! Oh, sorry. Trigger Unity event, that one. Okay, I wonder if this is going to work. This does, dude. You are getting the biggest virtual high five the world has ever seen. What are you going to do if this doesn't work? What are you going to do? Please work. Please, please, please work. For the love of God, please. Fucking bro! Bro! We've done it! You've done it! You fucking genius! Oh, fucking Awen! The man, the myth, the legend! Here we go! There's your high five, dude. You fucking legend, dude! You fucking legend! Oh my God, dude! Fucking dude. Oh my God, I am smiling so much right now. No fucking way did... Oh my God. So basically, it doesn't trigger... We've both learnt something tonight then. So, animation events, when you're adding an animation event, it will not be able to read custom events. It will not be able to read them, so you have to create a Unity event. I've learned something new because I've never used that function. It's always been custom events. But look at that, dude. You're a fucking legend. You've saved the day. You've saved the project. I'm so sorry it's taken so long to. Oh, I can't believe you've done it, dude. You've actually done it. Why do they even have... Yeah, I don't... Well, this is Unity. I'm not a fan of Unity. I've enjoyed making this game in 3D in Unity, but I don't like visual scripting in Unity. Unreal, I don't have any problems with. Like, and it's... The nodes are tidier. You can tidy everything. Awen. Awen. I'm not even joking, dude. My eternal gratitude goes out to you. If you ever need to summon me in Dark Souls for any boss fights, just hit me up. Oh my god, dude. So... Oh god, Jesus Christ. I've never used a Unity event. So can you trigger... Is there a node for trigger? Because you have trigger custom event. Is there one for trigger Unity event? Trigger custom. Yeah, because on all the things, if we create custom events, we can trigger custom events. But what's the difference? I've never used a Unity event. I mean, it does the job. Dude, honestly, you've saved the day. What are we going to call this? Re-enables skeleton sword at end of animation if hit player. I'm going to put that right there. Right, what I want to do quickly, I just want to... We know that what you just did, the Unity event, we know that that works. But what I just want to check is that... So we get hit, run away. Oh! Should we freeze the player on the spot if they get hit? I've just noticed that when we're moving, should we disable it so if the player is hit they can't move? Because did you see what happened there? We were able to like use the sprint ability whilst we were in the hit state. I feel like we need to lock the player's movement. What do you reckon? We shouldn't be able to move like that because you not only does it look shit. Like in Dark Souls, if you got hit, you'd be soft stunned. You wouldn't be able to run away like that. Well, the skeletons have it. The skeletons already have that. If the skeletons are hit, I'm pretty sure they have. Now you've got me paranoid. I don't think I actually have that. Why are you not registering? Dude, I was in your hitbox. fuck's sake. I don't think I've actually got anything in there for if the skeleton is hit. Skeleton. Okay, so I feel like we do need to, if the player is hit, we need to freeze them on the spot. If you can't move while you are swinging, they can't move either. Well, that's true. Like when we attack, I'm just going to put this back in because we know, honestly, Awen, I can't thank you enough for helping with that Unity event right over there. That Unity event, that's good to know for any future animations or events like, right. This is super polished combat. So we go in. If we attack, no. We attack. Now because when we attack, we can rotate, but we can't move, remember? Remember we put a lock on. So the skeletons stay attacking provided you're within 4 seconds distance. Oh god, there's so much going through my head. Right, let me just play that again. I'm going to close the animator window. Welcome to the stream, guys. Sorry, I've just seen we've got a couple more viewers. I don't know who's still here, who's new. Right, so if we get attacked, we can move around like that. Interesting. Did you see what happened there? So if we get attacked, we don't want to be able to run away. You wouldn't do that. If you get hit, you would be soft locked to the spot. So yeah. All right, I'm just gonna put in something that. I'm gonna put in something there. So holds position. So holds position if hit. So the state is hit. Right, and then we'll see how this functions. If hit true, freeze the bastard. Evil laugh. You dead, players, you dead. Right, come and hit me, bro. Okay, I can't move. So afterwards, right, let's just get smashed again. Come and get me, bros. Come on, skelly bros. Alright, we get... Oh! Yeah, I'm happy with that. Let's just do that one more time. Sorry, evil laugh. Right, get the skelly, bro. Right, we're gonna get hit. We can't move when we're stunned. That works well. Look, if we get hit... Hold on. It's enough time from being hit to then kind of... Right, so... And then we're able to move away before the skeleton gets in another attack. So I'm very happy with that. Right, I think we can 100% tick off the skeleton combat. I am so sorry that we've spent 3 hours. It feels like the whole thing was just getting that animation event working correctly. And the whole problem was that it wasn't reading a custom event. We've all learned something to it this evening, I think. That the animation events for triggering an event, it will not read a custom event within a script machine. It has to be a Unity event. So if you're wanting to do something like that, make sure it is a Unity event. Awen, you are an absolute god. You are literally amazing. My knight in shining armor. Right, so we can tick off skeleton combat. I'm very happy with that. I hope you guys are as well. Right, so what are we going to do now? We've, on this stream, now we can actually do the stream. I'm going to have to amend the title when I export this to YouTube and call it The Final Polish on Combat. Right, I want to add in a special ability. So as you guys know, we have standard attack and cleave attack. So let me just think here. The two special abilities, because at the moment you shouldn't be able to use cleave attack all the time. It should be a one-time use, and then there's, I think I was going to give it a 10-second cooldown. Or 15 seconds, I can't remember. And then I was going to have a heal ability, which is a 30-second cooldown. So I've got the icons for it. It's going to function like a slider. And I think for this we could use a timer, and then during the timer it would add to the float, the value on the slider. So the slider would go up, I think. You're a madman that keeps finding new broken things. Well, I'd say you're a man that's capable of fixing many broken things. So I'm definitely having you on my zombie survival squad. Right. Let's have a look at the abilities. So if we... I'm so happy with that skeleton combat. How does the combat feel to you? Does it look fun? Does it look fair? Does it look balanced? I feel it's very fun. It feels fun to play. That canvas, that one is for ink. We want this one. Why is that like blue? I don't know why that is showing as blue there. Can you see that? Oh, there we go. Oh, it must have been because of the sky. Okay, so Awen, you were saying about the XP bar. I am not going to program the XP bar just yet. I'm not going to do that just yet. Basically, if we bring up our jobs list, what are you using for scripting? Welcome to the stream, Nolof. I'm not using C#. I'm using something called visual scripting. It's Unity's equivalent to Unreal Engine's blueprints. So it's not hard lines of code. It's drag and drop visual code with like the nodes and the functions and everything else. I'm studying game design at university, and we're required to know visual scripting and blueprints. So I'm not required to be able to do C# coding or any other coding for that matter. But this is still coding. It is still coding. It's like I always refer to it as programmers that are doing hard lines of code. I call that like under the bonnet coding, and what I'm doing is like external on the bonnet coding, if that makes sense. That's the way I like to describe it. So here is the job list remaining. I think we can tick off villagers getting stuck because they managed to get themselves out of that. They're floating above the nav mesh. 50-50 on that at the moment. The combat for the skeletons has been done. The XP bar, how I'm going to have this, is going to be quite simple. It's going to be, we'll shrink the size as Awen suggested, because apparently XP bars are a bit smaller than the other bars. And I know that from, I think, Titan Quest. Titan Quest has like a circular mana orb and a health orb. And then you have like a bar with just the experience. But with this one, where you can see in front of us, we have the red health bar. If we were to shrink the scale of the bottom bar to half the size, I think that will look quite nice. That will effectively be the XP bar. So I'm going to reward the player with experience for the different actions in the game, like picking the pumpkins, chopping the trees, picking the herbs, killing a skeleton. So we'll give like XP, and then when it reaches the end, we'll add +1 to character level. And if character level goes up a level, then we add 1 attribute point. And then within the stats icon, or the stats UI that I'm going to add, you're going to have your evil and good alignment. And then, what was the other thing? Evil and good alignment. Yeah, so you would have like maybe strength, health. Strength would increase the damage that you do. Or I might just call it attack. Or strength, I'm not sure. So strength, health, and yeah, just basically do that. So just keep it simple with 2 stats, because this is a vertical slice of the game. It's not meant to be a super feature like what the game's all about. This game is primarily a narrative game. I've just added a lot of RPG elements to it. There are a lot of free AI. I'll recommend one to you guys that I use all the time. This is one that I use because in Unity Visual Script, if you were to go on YouTube and look for Unity Visual Script tutorials, there's next to none. And even if you do find one that looks like it's visual scripting, they normally end up going into C# and coding and all the rest of it. So this AI engine I use all the time, and it's really helpful. Sometimes it gets things wrong, but most of the time it helps me out a lot. Just for querying general things within Unity, or, you know, I want to do this, what node should I be looking for? Like, I don't really use the AI to make the game for me. I query things that I don't know about and I need to know about. So it's really quite beneficial in that use. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to get the XP bar and we're going to scale this on the Y. So if we half that, what would that be? 12.5, so 125. No. Hold on. 0.25 divided by 2 is 0.125. Yeah, I was right. Oops. Oh, that's a nice difference. Look at that. Can you see the difference there? That looks nice, doesn't it, dudes? So now if I got those two, hold on, where's the bottom of the canvas? So that line there, it's this one going across. There we go. Let's just see how that looks. Oh, there we go. That's much better, isn't it? Okay, so there's a thin gap there. Hold on. Okay, we need to shrink the gap between and maybe bring up the bottom one there. Maybe that went too low. So if we bring it up one there, and then we need to bring the top bar down. So, hold on. Bring it down one. You can still see through it. Or can you? Yeah, you can. Okay. It's still ever so slightly hanging off of the frame. That's annoying. Well, I just said it can. It's helped me at points. When there's been things that I need to know or query, it has helped me. Why does that not seem to be going up? What a bastard. I know there is like a tiny gap on the UI there. I mean, what I could do is it's annoying, isn't it? Tiny gap at the bottom left there. I mean, all I'd need to do is shift that along to the left and then we'd get rid of that little green gap. Like, oh, it's bugging me. Right. Oh, you little shit. I can see the tiniest gap now. It's the tiniest gap. Why have you stopped? Are you serious? Yes, I'm still watching, thank you. I'm working my arse off, YouTube. Oh, you can barely notice that. That is the tiniest gap. Okay, that looks good. It's a shame that we've lost a tiny bit of the graphic on the HUD. Bottom left HUD, but that looks good. I'm happy with that. If anything, it's given us a bit more viewing space at the bottom left, the middle for the narrative. Okay. Okay. Oh no, was I zoomed in? Oh, I quite like that. Dude, I really like that. Hold on. Why are you not attacking, dude? We just got shredded by the skellies. So the HUD was correct. Why was that? You can see at the bottom left there. Oh, fucking hell. That line and that line is that line there. Okay, down one more. There we go, look, it's perfectly, can you see that? Bottom left. For some reason, I don't know if it's the, okay, we know, we're right, we know that that's lined on the canvas. Definitely not found, oh, let me read your comments. Two D button. Oh, that'd be handy, Awen, thank you. Yeah, we've had that, haven't we, on a couple of the streams when we've queried things, and then it's like made errors. Not huge errors, just weird ones. Right. Shall we get our abilities in, guys? I do like that orthographic perspective. Okay. Right. I think I need another coffee. I still can't believe it took basically 3 hours. 3 hours to sort out that skeleton combat issue. Once I've boiled the kettle and made a coffee, guys, we're going to add in the heal ability and the cleave ability we already have. We're going to do the same for that because at the moment it's unlimited. So we're going to say after 10 seconds you can use it again. Or maybe 15. 10 might be too short. Right. So, what I'm thinking, if we have a look at our HUD, there's our HUD. So, I mean, I'm wondering, why don't I duplicate the health bar? If I duplicated the health bar and then just swapped out the images, then I don't need to worry about all the all the bits. So if I called this ability 1, no, ability cleave. Is that even spelt right? Cleave. Oh, it's A, you numpty. A, C-L-E-A-V-E. Cleave. Why did I... Cleave. That sounds like I spelt someone's name. BRB, just making my coffee. Right, I've got fuel, guys. To get the animation frame count... What? What are you quoting for? To get the animation frame count, simply plug the animation into a get animation frame node. Node does not exist. Oh, are you on about where we've asked AI for things and it said, oh, do this node, and then the node actually doesn't exist? I've had that a few times. And then it'll be like, oh yes, you're correct. Unity doesn't have this node called this name. Try searching for something like this. Yeah, it does get some things incorrect like that. Right. Oh, okay. So what I've got here, I've copied the health bar. It's got the script machine on there. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna ruse me up. Why have I not got the... There we go. If we just move this up and there. And yeah, it's going to be at the bottom left. So now we're going to go into these assets I created with Adobe Firefly. I am super, super happy with it. Where is it? UI. Okay, so the cleave ability, can you see that? We've got this really cool sword icon, and I made it match the aesthetic of the minimap on the right hand side. So we've got a empty and a fill. So the foreground is the frame. The background is empty. So on the source image, are you fucking joking, mate? Dude. Single. We don't need that bar. We can get rid of the foreground. So now what we need to do is we need to say use preserve aspect, maybe? Hold on. Background and the fill. Why are you a different size? No. Why are you red? So if I was to change that. Oh, baby! Hold on. Why are you going sideways? Why are you doing that? Direction, bottom to top. Ah, fill method. Fill method. Vertical. So I guess the direction would be bottom to top. Oh my god, that is such a cool icon. What do you reckon, guys? For the cleave ability. That's so freaking cool. Oh, I love that. That is so freaking cool, dude. Okay. So I was going to make that, let's see how 0.5 looks. Okay. Let's just see how that looks in game. Okay, so it looks like it's it's really high quality there. Compression, high quality. If I just do the same there, high quality. Bit better, isn't it? Ability cleave. Isn't there a thing where you can say like pixel perfect? I mean, I don't want to have. I don't want to have the ability any bigger, because then it's just gonna take up a lot of space. I mean, I think it's looking like that because it's larger in size, but it's obviously been scaled down. Like if I was to do like 1 on there, like if we clicked on here, if we unticked preserve aspect, pixel perfect. Ah, pixel perfect. Oh, that's actually made the HUD look even better. Hold on. That looks like it's actually made it better. It looks more crisp. I know it's scaled down, but you know what I mean? I don't want that being huge. Like, the higher we go, you appreciate the detail more, but it shouldn't be a big icon. It will just... If it's any bigger, it's just going to look rubbish. I mean, you can see it's a sword. Well, I've already got it. I'm sticking with it. I'm not going to change it. I've got 11 days till deadline, so I'm fine with that as it is. Okay, so we have the cleave ability, so we know that we've got this that affects it being charged. So if the value is 1, the player can use the ability. So we've currently got the health bar script on there. So what we need to do is, if I remove component and remove component, and then I'm just going to move that just up there. We're going to add component script machine, and we're going to go new, or go scripts, and we're going to call this ability cleave. Not cleavage, cleave. Not Cleveland, cleave. Sorry. And then what we can do, guys, is you see in here where we've got update health bar, we would basically kind of copy this and delete that, and we would do not update health bar, we would do charge cleave. Okay, so this will handle the cooldown. Okay, so this shouldn't take me too long, I don't think. So we know we've already got the special ability in the game, and we want to say, okay, if the player presses Q to use their special ability, I need to write down the game controls actually. Left shift, sprint, WSAD, move, Q, melee ability, spacebar, attack, E, interact, sorry, what was the minimap hotkey? Keypad plus, keypad plus, zoom, minimap, zoom in, and then keypad minus, minimap, zoom out. Okay. What was I gonna give T? Was I gonna do T for heal? I don't want to press H, it's too far away from the controls. And I've got the 1, 2, 3, 4 on the numbers for the dialogue that handles the dialogue tree. Right, so ability cleave. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go into our player character. Beautiful, nice, tidy code, guys. That's what we like to see. Are you doing a cooldown or a charge? Because if you are doing a cooldown, it filling from the bottom might be an issue. Why would that be an issue? You can see the on the value of the slider, when it's at 0 it's used, and then as it recharges it goes up. You see? I don't understand what the issue is there. We're saying at value 1 we can use the ability. When the player presses Q, we set it to 0, and then over a 10-second timer it will refill. I don't know what the issue is. It's basically a cooldown. Charge, cooldown, basically the same thing. Right. This is what we need here. We need to get a scene variable for the cleave ability. So I'm going to call this, I'm going to copy it there, go on there, scene variable, ability cleave, not cleavage, just cleave, and we're going to move that just next to the health bar one. So ability cleave. We're gonna put that in there as the reference. And then I feel like we're going to need two variables here. Or are we? Update. Oh, I love this song. No, wait. Is this the one I love? Or is it a different one when I always say that? Charge cleave. Okay. Yeah, but effectively, charging and cooldown, it's kind of the same thing. A cooldown is kind of recharging the next time the ability can be used. But in certain games, you might have to be on a certain run pad or game object in order to charge like an electric item. I can see how the two words can be different in that sense. I feel like I need to have two variables here for the cleave to say cleave charged and have that as 1. It doesn't make sense. Why would I? I guess if we just... Oh, I got you. Right, I just need to make sure that I've got this set up correctly because I know this works for the health bar. Sod it. Just to make sure it should function the same, I'm just going to create two scene variables. We're going to have one called global cleave. Have that as 1, and then global max cleave 1. So up here we've got global health, global max health, both are floats with 1. Global health, global max health, and then global cleave, global max cleave. Got the ability cleave, got that. So just because I know this works, I don't want to just dick around and try and do something different when I know that works, and all we need to do is set it to 0. So we're going to get a global cleave and a global max cleave. I'm going to get the divide that by that, and that goes into there. Do you know what I mean? We know it works because we've got the one on the left there. Okay, so now that we've got that plugged in, what we're going to do is we need to go to the bit where it's player ability. Player ability. Player presses Q, ability ready. Okay. Ability ready is always on at the moment, so we need to say We need to have a custom event to say so if it's off, if the player presses Q and that's false. Okay, so if ability is ready, so it's charged, by default it will be on. But then player ability, and that's only going to happen when the player presses Q. Player ability should be on the player ability. There it is. Okay, let's try and get this working then. So we're going to go up here and we're going to say if the player presses Q and ability is ready, then I'm going to do all of that. And then I guess in the same bit here, we're going to set the variable of ability ready to off. Off. So we're going to say, okay, if the ability is ready, player presses Q and it's ready, we sort all of the balls out and the animation, and then we turn it off. And then we need to set global cleave to 0. And we can just test that. Oh, the reason that's not updated is because we haven't gone into the thingy. There we go. So it does that. Now remember, we're going to have a sequence here. So the first thing, what we're going to have to do is just bring this down, plug it into there. Just check that works, should work fine. Welcome to the stream, viewers. Okay, so the ability's inactive. And then the second part of the sequence is going to be where we do, say, a timer. And if we say 10 seconds, we start a 10-second timer, at the end, we're going to turn the ability back on, but during, this is the bit that I'm gonna just need a second to wrap my head around. So basically during the tick, we want to set the global cleave so if I during tick, I think it's during tick. Because then that's going to fill that up. Oh, is that going to need to update the bar as well? Because this, I feel that would, you know. I mean, it makes sense because we need to update the ability bar. So let's see if that works. I know it's probably going to go really quick. So the remaining is 10. I don't think that's going to work. Let's just see. No, it's gone straight up, and I think that's because we've got a float of 10, whereas our variable for the global cleave is 1. So if that's oh, that's 10 times the variable value of the cleave. So would we do some maths here to say divide by 10, and then that goes in there? Maybe? Oh! 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 Oh my god. Okay, so why are we getting... Dude, I think I did it. Let's do top to bottom. Okay, so why are we getting the black afterwards? Ability cleave, the background is the black one and the fill is the colour. Vertical, fill origin, bottom. Top, maybe? think instead of dividing, hold on a minute. No, I think we need to get the elapsed. Not the remaining. Let me just check the... So the fill is the colour one. And the fill origin is from the bottom. Which should mean it starts from the bottom. And then direction bottom to top. Divide that by 10. Right, let's try that. Yes, Mike. Yes, mate. That's how we roll, baby. Oh, fuck yes. That is how you do an ability, guys. Oh, baby! Oh no, why didn't you do it? Dude. What happened there? I was spamming it and guys, we've done it. We've got... Oh, dude, that is so cool, just seeing that in action. I mean, you know what I could do? I mean, if we did make the icons larger and had them top left, but it just wouldn't feel right being up there. It'd just feel a bit... I don't know. Like, I like that you can look around. If you had an icon stuck in the top left corner, like... That works so good, though. I am so happy. I didn't have any errors with that. Oh, I'm so happy. Dude, we've got a literally like a functioning ability there. So happy. Oh. I'm smiling right now. So that was really, really easy to do. So when the player has used the ability, we set the float, we update the ability. We update the ability bar, and then we initiate the timer, which is the cooldown. And then because we know our global cleave is literally a value of 1, a maximum value of 1, we're dividing it by the duration of 10, because 10 times 1 is 10, so we get the elapsed, and that's it. That's how we do a cooldown. And then at the end of the timer, we say the ability's ready. Like, it's that simple. And we can't use this unless the ability's ready. Those are the two conditions, that Q's pressed and the ability's ready. Super, super happy with that. I'm so happy that didn't take long. Right, so for the heal ability, let's bring that in, shall we? So the heal ability is, we're going to do the same thing as we have with the other things on the character controller. So down here where we do, where was it? Where did I plug in the disable hitbox? Oh no, sorry, it was on the skeleton, wasn't it? Disable hitbox. Disable hitbox. No, it was over here. Holds position if hit. Oh dear. I didn't do that. What an numpty. Speed, attack, ability, move. Hold on. Attack, ability, movement. Hold, 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 hold. Hold, okay. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to bring in our animation for the player healing. I can't remember the animation I did for this, but I'm hoping it's not a drinking one. Pretty sure it wasn't. Oh yeah, that's good. PC heal. Okay. Okay. Alright, so what we're going to do here, we've got the animation for the heal. It looks really cool. Okay. So when the player presses a button, they do that animation. We freeze their movement. And we set their health to... oh, what was it? Set their health, global health to 1. Alright, so let's what we're gonna do. I feel like we should have a particle effect for that. I feel like we need a particle effect on the player. Hold on, what is that? What is going on there? Why is the box all the way up there? What is going on there? What's happened? Why is the box all the way up there? I didn't move that up. Why has that changed? What is going on there? When I shifted the player into position, oh my. No idea what's going on now. Oh my god, it's so cool seeing an ability with a cooldown just working. Okay, what we're going to do, I think I want to add the HUD element for it first. And then we'll put in the animation for the heal. And then we'll get the code for it done. So, Sprite 2D and UI. Okay. It's a shame you can't appreciate the detail on them. It is a shame. It would just look rubbish though if they were really big, because they're in scale with the other UI elements. Like if I made them bigger, it's just... Let's have a look and see if there's any frames that we could possibly put them on. I mean, the colour of that is like a rusty colour. We don't really have... Do I add a frame so that I can make them larger? It's just going to take up too much space on the... It would take up too much space on the HUD. Because traditionally a lot of icons in games are square in shape, whereas I opted for circular. I think it's just because I want to see them a little bit larger, because you can't see the nice detail on them. I mean, unless I had them... No, it would just take up way too much room. We can always try it, see how it looks, and if it looks rubbish, what colour would go well with... That kind of matches that, but it's too... We need like a perfect square, almost. You want the... I mean, that could... that could work. but these are buttons. Circle. I'll tell you what. So the foreground is literally okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to copy the foreground, and if we go on our cleave, paste, joking, paste in there, and then if I put that in there, why is that? What is going on there? So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to temporarily jot down their jotted down their things, and it's 0.5. We're just gonna see how this looks. Just use that ability. The icons look better at that size, but the I think what I need to bear in mind, guys, is that when I'm when I'm playing the game here, it's not the actual full size. Like, it's scaled down. You can see it's not my full monitor 1920 1080. So we will actually, it will actually look a bit better. Okay, I think I'm going to put the icons back where they were. Keep those there. One thing I did notice was the special ability on here. If the player is hit and they've used their ability, if the player is in their hit state and they were to use, yeah, there is, dude, that's true. So at the moment with the hit, if the player was to use their ability once they're hit, there is exit time on that animation. So I feel like I want to remove the exit time from hit to ability, because that felt a bit punishing. Because what the fuck? There we go. Because what happened, if I'm hit and I press Q, you don't perform the swooping action of the sword, which means the ability is rendered null, essentially. Got one. Oh, dude, this is making me want to make a Dark Souls-like game. How cool would that be? Oh man, I would have so much fun modelling the monsters. I mean, look at these skeletons. They took me 3 hours to make. I know the animation's a Mixamo, but I think those skeletons look pretty damn awesome. Oh shit. Okay. Right, so let's just forward focus here. We've got, that is honestly, Adobe Firefly made those. They look so good. I love it. There was a different one I had, and the healing looked like a hooded wizard, but this style of the portrait, the frame around it, it didn't match the aesthetic of the current UI palette and style I have. So unfortunately I didn't opt for that one. Right, so what do we need to do? We've got the ability code is working, isn't it? We've got the ability code in. So the ability cleave is in there. That functions. What we need to do is program the heal. So similar to the cleave, we're going to add a script machine, and this is going to be ability heal. And then if I just copy that. Handles the cooldown for the heal ability. Are we going to give 30 seconds on this? I feel 30 seconds is, considering it will do a full heal. I'm thinking it might be cool to have like... I'm a little bit worried though, guys, about the player position. For some reason, can you see their box is all the way up there? I don't know why the box has jumped up. You can see on the white it's saying 0. Oh, center. Why was that on center? Fucking hell, that's why. I knew I wasn't going mad. Bastards. When did that change? Cheeky, cheeky bastards. Right. What was I doing? Sorry, I feel like I'm getting distracted here. Right, we've put in the script graph for ability heal. We've got that in there. Okay. We need to code it. We also need the animation. And what I did was I fixed the animator for the player so that if the player was to use their ability, we've removed the exit time on the hit animation to ability. Oh, right, okay. It made me panic, when I was like, I remembered the box being flush to the floor, and I was like, what's going on? It just made me panic. My God. So we're going to add in the heal option. So, characters, PC, heal. So what we're going to have to do is have a button that heals. We'd make it uninterruptible. So, as in there would be exit time. So I need to plug in the animation here. I need to make this bigger. That's too small. Okay. Right. So. I guess we could do this as a trigger. If the player presses H and the ability's ready, we do the heal, and it would follow the same code. Hold on 1 second. So it's a heal ready. So I guess we would trigger, if we just did a trigger straight to heal, we don't. Or would we need to do all of this? Yeah, we would. Maybe I should follow the same formatting and code that I have for every other animation just to keep it consistent. What am I going to have as the heal button? Ease interact. R. Off. Oh shit, what did I do there? If we had it as... Use the special ability, ease interact. If the player's health is at max and they press heal, we shouldn't enable the ability because it would be a waste. T, F, D, no. If I had it as H, you have to move your fingers off of the WSAD. It's like too far. I feel like R's a good distance. R. R feels like a good button to heal. Like R for recover. I think I'll go for R. So we've got that there. Right, what we're going to have to do is go into here. Ability heal. Let's plug that in. And then we're going to have global heal. Float as 1. Okay, I'll move that one just down there. So we have ability cleave with global cleave, global max cleave, ability heal, global max heal. And then what we're going to have to do is copy these, put those there. So from the health update we're going to that, and then charge heal. Charge heal. And this is going to be global heal. And then global max heal. So we have health, cleave, max cleave, heal, max heal. Alright, that handles the kind of triggering of the heal. So then if we go up here, so this handles the ability. Oh my god. We also need to freeze their movement whilst they're doing that. so sort animation, freeze movement during heal. Okay, so just looking at here, so this is going to handle the cooldown of the heal. Ability ready. Ability ready, so we're going to need heal ready as a boolean. Heal ready, so by default it will be yes. I'm going to move it up just beneath the ability heal boolean. Okay. It would make sense to do it here. So if we just copy this bit by bit, we're going to say player ability. We're going to call this heal ability. And we're going to be checking heal ready. And the button is R. R. So if the player presses R and the heal is ready, then set scene variable ability active. Ability ready. If the ability is active, we do that. If the heal's ready, the player presses R, the heal's ready. I think we need to go into the... Where's my animator? Oh. Right, let's plug this in. Let's connect this in. Are we going to have this as a trigger, or are we going to have this... we could try it as a trigger, I guess. Because it would be once. Is healing. I don't know why I did a question mark for is hit. So, okay. So, to go from idle hold on, why can't... Oh, that's annoying. Right, I feel like I don't feel like we need to connect the heal to one of these three, because the player technically... I don't know. I just don't feel it needs to connect to those, because you shouldn't need to heal at any stage around here. So let's go from... So from idle to the heal, is healing, no exit time. So for the player to go from idle to healing, this is the trigger for his healing with no exit time, so it would go straight to the heal if the player pressed the heal. And then to go from heal to idle, there is exit time, and the only condition is idle true. So no exit time going in with the trigger is healing, and then is idle true with exit time. Alright, so let's do sprinting. So transition from sprinting to healing. No exit time. And the condition is healing. And then from healing to sprinting, we have exit time. The condition is sprinting true. From ability to heal, exit time. Exit time or not? I feel like yes. If the player heals whilst, like if they're on critical health and they're about to die, you would be able to do that, I feel. So from ability to heal, no exit time is heal. So no exit time from ability to heal, and then from heal to ability, exit time, ability active true. Okay, so we've got to sprinting, to idle, sprinting, so we've got the sprinting one, we've got the idle one, we've got the ability one. So we should have one for walking now. Transition to that. So that is walking to heal, no exit time, is healing. And from heal to walking, so that's heal to walking, has exit time, is walking true. So heal to walking, has exit time, is walking true. So we've got idle, sprinting, walking, ability. Now we have to have one from hit. So from hit to heal, no exit time, and the condition is healing. And then to go from healing to hit, sorry, no exit time is healing, exit time, yes, to is hit. And then, well, I don't think it would happen, but we'll do that, no exit time, is dead. Is dead true. And then we want to have one from attack. Attack to heal. So from attack to heal, no exit time is healing. Attack to heal, no exit time is healing. And then from healing to attack, heal to attack has exit time, is attacking true. I believe that is all of these states linked up. Okay. Alright, so we've got our heal animation in there, linked to everything. We can just check that. So we've got sprinting, we've got hit, ability, walking, death, attack, and idle. So that's the animation all plugged in correctly. So if the player presses R and the heal's ready, if that's true, we should then have a check to say what was that noise I just did? Global heal. Okay. Does global heal equal 1? If it's 1, so if the heal is 1, so if the player presses the heal button, so the button to heal and the heal ability is ready, we then do another check to say, okay, great, but are they at maximum health? If they are, nothing happens. But if they heal and it's not on 1, then we would do the code. So that prevents the player from accidentally wasting a heal. Oh, hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. I'm really enjoying this. It's so cool to get the abilities programmed. Ugh. Oh. Sorry I'm going quiet, guys. I'm focused. So we need to plug in into the heel. Are we saying 20 seconds? I think I was saying 30. Player ability. Okay. So if the player is in the heel state, they can't move. Are you enjoying the visual scripting, Awen? I'm not sure if you've been dabbling with it after all these recent game dev streams. That should function. Heal ability. Heal ability. Hold position if healing. Hold position healing. So just to go over, I haven't tested this yet, but let's go through the code. So we're saying a check. By default, because the ability is already going to be fully charged, we're going to say if the player presses R and the heal is ready, that's the condition, we then progress and we do another check and we say, okay, is the player's... Hold on. No. We don't want to check... Oh, hold on. One second. Sorry. Heal ready off, heal ready on. We don't want to check the value of that. We know that by default it's going to be on. What we needed to check was the global health. We're checking the health of the player. I do apologise. So, okay, let's talk through the code again. The player presses R and heal is ready. Then we do the next check and we say, okay, is the player's health 1, like full? If it is, we don't do anything. If it's basically, if that's not true, so it would basically be below any other number, then we set the states in the what's it? We then set the balls. We trigger the healing. We set the balls of those, and then we say the heal is not ready. and we set the global heal to 0. So what that will do is the slider will be updated to appear empty, and then we do a 30-second timer recharge or cooldown. The cleave has 10, the heal is 30, and that should function. Let's give this a test. Quite excited. So I'm pressing R. Oh no! Oh, hold on. Why is that not? I meant to set the health. I meant to set the health after the animation. I forgot to do that bit. So I got it all working, but I forgot to. Oh, dearie me. Oh my god. Now what we could do is something that Awen taught us, or we discovered together, which was Unity events. And that was, where was it? Wasn't it on the skeleton graph? We could do a Unity event here to say, give health. And then at the end of the animation, we can, boom, give health. Because that way we can say at a specific point in that animation, we want that player to receive health. So you wouldn't press R, activate the heal, and then straight away your character's got life. You'd want the animation to actually look like they're, you know, it's at the point when they put their hands up that boom, you've got your health. So there is a chance that you could die during that animation. So what we'll do is we'll copy that and put that on the player up here. Just move that there. And we're going to call this heal player. And this is heals the player during healing animation. So we're going to set global health to 1. Dude. Now's the fun bit. So now that we've got the Unity event in there, what we need to do is, so if I just go on the skeleton, what we did with the skeleton is we Control D'd the animation so that we could add in an event, and if we double click that over here, it's right at the end. Trigger Unity event. Okay, so we're going to do the same. Yeah. So if I close that, and if we come onto the PC, we're going to Control and D the heal, and then we need to go onto the animator for the player character, and on the heal we're basically going to drag the one that we just duplicated, so now we can edit this animation. And what we want to do is we want to see our character. So if I go, hold on, if I select him and do the PC heal, it's kind of like at that, like when he puts his arms up, whoosh. So at that point you're going to want to do that. So we'll do a custom event, and then script machine, trigger Unity event. Oh no. Trigger Unity event, heal player. So if we come off of that, if we click that again, trigger Unity event, heal player. That should work. Let's do that, shall we? So now we should get health when we do that animation. Bro. I just realised why it's not updating. We need to plug. We need to plug that in. Anytime. Jesus Christ. Global. Where's the... Sorry. Goes in there. Let's try that again. Hey, we've got full health. Right, so why is the health bar... Why is the health ability not doing what it needs to do? Oh, I know why. I think. So why are you not filling? I wonder if that's my maths. I wonder if it's my maths on here. If I divide that by 10. So that's working. You bellend. That's why. You numpty. I had it on the wrong thing. Oh, Mike, come on. You absolute pillock. I knew it shouldn't have come up with an error. What I'm going to do, I'm actually going to set a timer on my phone to see if it... Sorry, my watch. Okay. I've got a 30-second timer going on my watch. Okay, I've got 13 seconds, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was pretty damn close, to be fair. That's so cool. Right, why are you still attacking, guys? Come on. Love how they just fall back. Where are you going, bro? I'm not done with you. Let's go. We've got a healing ability, guys. Okay, so if you use your ability whilst you're in the attacking state, That hill works so good. That is so freaking cool. Works flawlessly, guys. We have got a character. We've got the character with 2 functioning abilities now. This is freaking awesome. Hold on, why did that not trigger? I just need to check the animator for attack to ability. Attack to ability shouldn't have an exit time. Because if the player's attacking and then they had the ability active, if like they're getting mashed by the skeletons and they attack and then they want to use their ability, like they should be able to like use it, boom, and show the ability animation. So I'm going to turn off the attack to the ability exit time. So attack to ability exit time. Because that I noticed that during combat. So if the player's doing that and then there we go. So you could technically do a double attack almost. Look, if we go in here and do that and then do that and then boom. Oh! Oh, you bastards. Oh no. Oh no. I did notice in the what was it? The hit to heal. What was it we just had? So attack to ability, we're allowing them to we're allowing them from attack to ability, we're allowing them to kind of do the attack and then do the ability. Attack, so from attack to ability, no exit time. Hit to ability, hit to ability, no exit time. Heal to ability, well yes, we would have exit time, but you wouldn't be casting the both. I just need to check something on the I can't remember if it was on here. It was to do with attacking. Player attacking. Okay, I just need to check. I think it might be the code. Or is it the code on the trigger hit where we turn the player's sword off? Deals damage to the skeleton provided the player's animation state is either attack or ability. Because what I noticed happened... Receive damage. The sword is turned off once it hits a skeleton. So... And that comes back on. So just to clarify, in here it disables the sword on hitting a skeleton. And then the player graph re-enables it provided the player is not attacking or ability. But if the player's attacking and then jumps into the ability, I think we can tick that off. I think we can tick off those abilities. Got him. Dude, that's so freaking cool. That combat is really fun. That feels really fun to play. Okay, so we have programmed the cooldown, the abilities to function, the player getting health. I would like to try around with a little particle effect for the player healing. So I've got that for the cauldron. So if I made one and then put it on the player, or we would spawn it at the point that the player is yeah, let's try that. So what is it? Particle system. VFX, visual effects. No, wrong one. Particle system. Particle system force field. What is that? What? What? Oh. Oh, I see, because... Oh, that's annoying. So the folder I've put, because it's... Oh, that's annoying. Oh, that is annoying, isn't it? So... Even though I've made a folder... Okay, I guess what I could do... I guess what we could do is... If I did make an effect and left it within here, I can temporarily turn this one off, and then what we can do is set the position of the effect to be at the base of the player. So let's just do that. So if I turn this one off, sort animation, freeze movement during... Did I freeze the movement? Sorry, 1 second. Did I freeze the movement on the player for when they're healing? Hold position, yes. Let's just do that. Do that. Why is that at a funny angle? I have no idea why they're going off at a funny angle like that. There isn't any rotator on the parent. There isn't any... Under shape, set the rotation. Yeah, I did that, dude. Well, I've done it on the... here. That looks pretty cool for a healing animation, doesn't it? X position. That seems okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to be setting the transform of this to the player's position, because what we've got is basically the parent folder is set to there. The cauldron is that position, right? So effectively what I'm going to do is that cauldron will always stay there. I'll just keep that there, but with the particle system, basically this will be off. When the player's healing, we'll turn that on and set the transform of it to the player's position. I beat you to it. That's the first, dude. Right, what colour are we going to go for? What colour should we go for the heel? Do you think like yellow? A yellow for a heel, like Sunbros? Is there like another bit where we can... How high does that go? Oh my god. Jesus. Lifetime. rate over time. It'll be lifetime, won't it? Colour over lifetime. Why is it coming out green? Is it because it's matching the yellow with that and it's... We want lifetime. Where is life? Duration. That does look pretty cool. I'm just wondering. So the trail is red. The trail is red. The colour is yellow. So if I like did blue. I'll say we give that a go. Alright, so cauldron on, particle. I'm gonna call this healing FX. We'll turn that off. And then we'll go on here. And so you want to set the healing active and then set position. No, you'd want to make it a child. You'd set it as a child, wouldn't you? Set parent. Set the parent of the transform. Let's see if that works. Why am I getting this memory leak error? That seems to be from... Why did you not work then? Why did that not work? Oh, I just saw it spawn over there. Why is that not? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! God damn it! You know what? I might just stick it on the bloody player. I might just stick it on the player. Fuck. No idea, dude. No idea. Let's not ask that question. Hold on, I just pressed Q whilst I was walking. Why did that not activate the ability? Pretty cool. But we only want it to happen. Oh, I guess. Oh. Could have another Unity event, you know. Have it active. Hold on. When the timer's started, let's just see. That should hopefully work. So what we could do is we could have an event. So this starts the animation, and then we could have something in the animation of the heel to say turn off VFX. Which would happen at the point that happens. I don't know if I like the Oh, I see what the vertex distance is doing. Uh, let's see how that looks. Why are you on? Oh. I might need to adjust the trail, it seems a bit thick. God, I need to go to sleep. I think it's the shadow, you know. It is making it go. Let's see if removing that shadow bias made that horrible black shadow disappear. Hmm. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's very cool. It's a really, really weird effect. um, that looks really cool. Let's just see how that looks. If it looks crap, we can turn it off. That actually look pretty cool. I feel like I want to try blue. I feel like I want to try blue for the colour. Let's try that. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's almost like you need a white. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's more like a magic effect, really, isn't it? Than it is a healing. It's like being spoilt in a sweet shop, isn't it? We'll turn off the trails. No, it doesn't need to be trails, it's the noise. This looks weird. That looks like a hill. That looks more like a hill, doesn't it? Let's test that out. So what have we done? We've sorted out the skeleton combat. We've got the 2 abilities working. Oh, we need to sort the radius out on that. That's too clustered. Alright, let's add in a thing. So when the timer started, we activate it, and then we need to have something to say disable heal effects. buh, 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 buh. Is it a looping effect? I believe so. Loop, yeah. We can do random, we can do... We can do rando. Sorry, give me a sec, dude. So I just need to disable that one. Okay. What frame is that happening on? Play it once. It's only, yeah. Watch. So now if we do that, you see that? So it's basically the animation is always on. Sorry, the animation is there connected to the player, but it's disabled. The only time it's enabled is when the player's done the heal ability. And then after that, so we press R. Does the job. I feel like I want to fine tune it though. I mean, this works, doesn't it? I mean, both options, what you're suggesting would work. I agree, dude. Isn't the billboard to do with how it's perceived by the camera? Which one would you advise me going for on the render mode then? Okay. Mesh. Oh, so what would I do? Would I drag on the mesh of my character? Right, got ya. Can imagine. Guys, you could be here for ages doing this. True. I don't know what I've done. They're kind of going flat at the end, and I don't really. I like this kind of effect as it goes up, but it's when they get to the top, they. I don't know if I like. It's the bit where they. So I mean, it's that end. I like this effect, but it's the ends where they flatten out. Don't like that. I wonder if that's to do with the trail. So, no, that's not even on, dude. Oh, I don't want to be messing with that. I think it's the trail. That's pretty cool. Oh, I like that. Hmm. I feel like I've made a right pig's ear of this. What have I done? What have I done? Oh my god. Kind of like charging up to go Super Saiyan. Oh, that's going to give someone an epileptic fit. I have messed this up massively. Oh, dude. What have I done? I mean, that looks pretty cool. God. Oh, man. Okay, what I'm thinking I might do is see if there's any visual effects assets on the Unity store. I think that might be the best bet for me because I feel like I've wasted an hour just dicking around with the particle emitter to get something to look cool, but it doesn't look cool. It just looks a mess. The thing that matters is that we've got both abilities functioning. The cleave attack, we've got the heal ability. The heal restores health. The cleave does what it needs to do. All the combat side is done. I was just adding a fancy particle effect for the healing thing, and we've got the as you can see on, if I just turn that shit off, what I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna delete that because at the moment it's linked to here. So if I can find a cool particle effect, we can then just save a lot of time, just whack it on the character, job done, and we've already got it all plugged into the animation. So I'll have a look around off stream, see if I've got something in my asset library. But yeah, it all works. So I mean, we've added a special ability. So we've basically we've polished the combat and we've added the special abilities. How has it taken 7.5 hours? I guess next stream we're going to have to do the magic combat and ink. So we've ticked a couple more jobs off the list. I need to call the stream there, guys. I need to go to bed. It's like gone 6 in the morning. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. If you haven't already, feel free to follow on Twitch. Go check out the YouTube if you want to see previous game dev streams for Unity, Blender and the Unreal Engine. Thanks for joining me, guys. I hope you've had fun. Thanks for all the input. Awen, as always, thanks for the help. And thanks for watching. I will see you guys in the next stream.